1400 Montecito Avenue, Mountain View, California. The meeting was noticed at least 24 hours in advance. The meeting is being broadcast live on Zoom, YouTube, Zoom, and on MVWSD.org and is being recorded. This is a special meeting in accordance with, actually we're only on YouTube. Just streaming, okay, not recording. I wish to inform the public this is a special meeting in accordance with the Brown Act. Discussion and action during this session are strictly limited to specific items described on the posted agenda. No other business will be considered this morning. This is a special meeting. Public comment will be accepted in person, only for items appearing on the agenda. There'll be no general public comment period for non-agenda items. Now proceed with roll call of the board.
Bill Lambert,
Devin Conley, Anna Reed,
Lisa Henry.
Charles DeFazio. All members are present and quorum is established. Next, we have the Pledge of Allegiance, so please rise.
To the flag of the United States of America, to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, liberty and justice.
Next, we will move on to approval of the agenda. Are there any requests to pull or reorder items? Yes.
I was wondering, might I suggest that I'm wondering if it would make more sense, just because we don't know how long I'm wondering if it would make more sense, since we don't know how long the conversation will last, to put item F first.
Item F.
Sorry, I should have caught that, but perhaps entertaining that, the board self-evaluation.
Yeah, I think that's.
Well, maybe, sorry, after the first read of the board bylaws. So maybe second.
Do you have a motion for that?
I move that we rearrange the agenda to have item F follow item A.
Second.
Excuse me, 4F follow 4A.
Yes, so just for clarity, if self-evaluation of the board 4F up to after discussion of board bylaws and board policies first reading. Should we take public comment? Anyone in person wishing to speak? Seeing none, okay. Now we can go ahead with the vote. All those in favor? Aye. All opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Now we will move on to public comment for items on the closed session agenda. If any members of the public in person wishes to speak, please turn in a speaker card. Seeing none, the floor is now closed to public comment on the closed session agenda. We will now recess to closed session at 9:07 a.m. All right. The board has reconvened in open session at 11:09 a.m. and no reportable action was taken. We now move to discussion and action item 5A, board bylaws and board policies first reading. This is a discussion item only and no action will be taken today. I'd like to present Superintendent Bear. I think we can dispense with the usual presentation of this.
Yes, so these are, this was a special update packet that came out in response to the Attorney General's policy language and has a requirement of implementation by March 1st, 2026. So that's why it's coming a little bit out of sequence. It'll appear as a first read here and then a second read on Thursday so that we can have it in place by the March 1 deadline. This is particularly, these are all, well, with the exception of 9310, board bylaw 9310. All of the board policies are updates in response to immigration enforcement. So they have number of language changes, and as we update, I think we're replacing a BP 514513 with BP 1445. So there's a replacement there, and then the other three policies all have there are cascading effects because of language changes in that initial policy 1445. Do you want to talk a little bit about BB 9310?
Yeah, we can. So yeah, the board policies bylaw, I think we took the feedback from the board at the committee and tried to clarify the language to make it clear that there are still clear paths for the full board to pass policy, and ultimately it's still the authority. The committee only makes recommendations. Ultimately, the authority lies with the full board to still review all of these and approve them. So I think that is the balance of that. Any clarifying questions from board?
Can I just add one thing on the 1445?
Yes.
Is that it's rescinding the part that is currently in the student section of the policies and moving it into one that applies, incorporates staff and makes it broader, not just this policy that applies to students, but otherwise a lot of the language is carried over from that, what was in the 5000s.
Regulation 1445 is, these are the CSBA recommendations.
Yes, these are
It's
primarily.
But specifically they're making the changes that the Attorney General has.
Yeah.
From there,
Those are-
from the Attorney General's.
Yeah, there's a report from the Attorney General's office on model policy language for immigration enforcement
Okay.
issues. And we have as Superintendent Bear mentioned, a March 1st deadline to submit our updated policies consistent with that. The changes weren't significant because we've been keeping our policies relatively up to date, but there's still some things that came out in December that we needed to polish up.
And I'm looking at the board policy one.
The board bylaw?
Yeah. No, 9310 BB.
Yep.
Board policies. Oh yeah. And just making sure, because what we went back and forth on was, as you mentioned, can the board propose policy? And so this now is basically saying that we can bypass the policy committee or propose new policies could be sent to the policy committee. It gives us that flexibility.
I think there's the clause at the bottom, I think that we had overlooked last time, which is the board may waive any of these requirements at any time.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And I'll take public comment on item 5A. Any members of the public in person wish to address the board regarding this item, please turn in a speaker card. No members present. We will close the public comment now. Any discussion from the board further? Any clarifying questions, discussion? Hearing no further discussion, thank you, Superintendent Bear.
And I think just to point out, we're going to bring this back on February 12th. We'll
Yes.
bring it back under, not under consent as we normally do, but
Yeah.
under the discussion action. Just
Yeah,
because we have a little bit of a different sequence.
Yeah, we chose because of the timing to have this at the first reading here, but in the interest of transparency for the public and making sure that we do this fully, the second reading will be not in consent. Thank you.
That is appreciated.
Now move to previously item 5F, board self-evaluation.
Yes, so this is an opportunity for you as trustees to just discuss your operations together and how we function. This is, of course, an effort to make us as high functioning and efficient as possible. So having open discussion about how we operate as a board is always useful. So with that, the board completed a self-evaluation survey. Thank you each for completing that. There were 15 questions, and thought it would be useful just to walk through, and we don't need to. Some will be quicker than others, but just an opportunity to discuss each one. So do you want to?
Yeah, and then just to jump in, right, like, so reminder, this is about that it's awkward situation to be doing this in open session as required by law. We are discussing ourselves and how we're working, but this is about the board as a whole, not about individuals, right? So this is how we're functioning together. This is a place to identify where we can kind of get better at what we're doing and improve, the work that we're doing with the district to make sure that like we achieve the outcomes we want for all of our students. So primary goal, I think, would be when we're thinking through this and going through the questions, identify the strengths that we think, a handful of those growth areas that we want to improve on. And then kind of at the end, I would like us to probably come up with maybe 2 to 3 improvement goals that we want to have for the coming time so that we can kind of really hold ourselves accountable for making the changes that we expect to see here working together as a board. As we discuss, I'll probably prefer, like, we should do maybe like round robin type comments, and then we can, anything that jumps out at folks. But that way we'll have this work together. Trustee Call, question.
Thank you. I'm just trying to understand process because you've seen them all. Do you have sort of a summary of what we came up with?
I would say that in general, you're all fairly closely aligned. A couple that stand out that I think will perhaps warrant some further discussion. Board handles and retains confidential information in a professional manner. There was a little variance on that. That's question number 3. And then question 5, the superintendent is given direction by the board as a whole rather than individual members. There's a little bit of variation there. Again, not wild. All of these it was a 1 to 10 scale. When I say variation, everyone was between 6 and 10 on these, but still, a bit. Those were the 2 that really stood out as having some variation.
Do you want to start with those or do you want to just go down the list?
Sorry, one more. That's right. And 14, the board has established measurable goals to assess student learning, efforts to promote equity and school climate. There's a bit of variation there.
Let's start with those. I'll note this will be the time when I would call for public comment, having done this, but there's no public presence, so we will continue on. All right, Superintendent Bear, do you want to start with the first question and we can walk
Sure.
through this?
Let's go in reverse order just for fun. The board has established measurable goal. This is 14. The board has established measurable goals to assess student learning efforts and promote equity in school climate.
Trustee Lambert. Do you want to review maybe the responses in aggregate? You can, but semi-anonymized.
Do you want just the comments?
Yeah.
Sure. have all but one, just so you know. While it's important to maintain continuity for district, our goals have not been revisited for some time, and we often do not connect the work, our programmatic choices, and the measurements of these goals, was the comment on one. LCAP and strategic plan updates are needed. There's another comment. Standardized test scores should not be the only means to measure student success. As a board, we need to take time to develop agreed upon goals and standards of measurement to check in on throughout the year. That we have ideas and opinions, we need solidified methods and regular cadence of discussion to track progress beyond the discussion of mandated test results. And then the district has goals in this area, and the SIPs has, and then the existing strategic plan, but these need to be re-examined and revised with a plan for continued momentum, maybe. Momentum. Progress, how about that? Great, so some similarities there.
Trustee Lamert, anything that?
Yeah, I just would say that, in my opinion, we haven't as a board established goals. I think we're focused on strategies to accomplish something, but as a board, we haven't, I really discussed goals and any kind of meeting. And we've sort of heard Superintendent Bear speak about his goals and the goals of the staff, but among ourselves, I don't think we've done that yet.
Are you thinking more like kind of the old version of board goals where we would pick a few things
Well,
for the year and have them be an
yeah,
evaluation? Or are you
I'd say like a
thinking
vision of where we
strategic
want the
plan?
district to go to, and what we want to say in 1 year, 2 years, 5 years, right?
I would say for me, that's the
And
strategic
that's-
plan.
And then agreeing on that, aligned with the staff and superintendent, then the rest is implementation and strategy, right? So I think we clearly need to know where we're going to get, if we're going to get somewhere.
I think that and we're often quite informal in the retreat. So yeah, you can call on us. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, I'd like to do it at least, so we can collect a round of kind of comments from folks in reaction to this, and then we can kind of open it up to more discussion. I think it would be a good way to allow every one of us to kind of say everything.
I think for me, that goal setting, it's what I'm thinking about with this is this process that we're in now. And so maybe it's part of the governance calendar discussion too, but what is our cadence for updating strategic plan? What do we want to accomplish by the end of this? And this is a shared conversation. It's not just a board decision by itself, as well as pointing out, what do we want to accomplish by the end of the year in terms of our strategic planning and changes to the LCAP for next year? And then what do we anticipate trying to accomplish over the course of the next school year as well? I think we have a short term, we have a longer term, then we have like the big picture. But what will be the cadence for kind of taking next steps on the strategic plan this spring, so that we roll into the fall with, when we set board goals in the past, was very much being mindful of the summer is when a lot of preparation happens in the district, and then staff come back for training in the fall before school starts. So what chunks do we want to go ahead and prioritize for rolling into the fall? And then what are outcomes that we're looking for next school year?
I think maybe to bring it back just a little bit, right? Like I think towards the end, we'll have our discussion of what we want to do and how we want to accomplish, like our goals. But I think it'd be useful to know, elaborate on your perspective for how you feel about this in particular, right? Like how we're establishing them currently. I think that's kind of the self-evaluation part of this discussion, and then we can go forward looking more for things. But I'll give you some time to process that, and I'll move on to Trustee Reed for.
Yeah, I think the key terms here in the prompt were measurable, but also promoting equity in school climate. So to me, it's what have we done to, and how has it been measured that we are making progress towards impacting student learning, but also promoting equity in school climate. We get regular updates on things like, this is performance data based on this test and this test. But as far as overall, how are school climates, staff-wise and student-wise, doing? Have they increased? Is there, besides the Healthy Kids survey that comes out once a year, how are we tracking that in a measurable way throughout the year, not just that one time? Because if a child feels a certain type of way in that one day, that's going to reflect in that piece of data. But how are we doing it on a regular cadence so that it accommodates for what could be potential outliers? So having more conversations around checking ourselves on, hey, we set these goals, where are we? And do we need to shift focus, or do we need to increase focus on something else versus a different thing? So I think just the future, more in-depth conversations about what our goals are and how we are working towards them on a regular basis would be helpful.
Or Henry?
Next person. I think there are written goals from the existing strategic plan that has had a lot of things added to it from the site plans that I think at least some of us felt also had a lot of things in them. And so I think for me, it's where we are is needing to move to the next step of focusing as a board and as a district on what are really the goals. We want to do everything, but what are really the things that are the short-term and the long-term true focus areas, not just kind of a longer plan that fits, anything can fit into, but truly what we want to be doing. And then having them not just be measurable, but actually measured on a regular basis.
Yeah, I think for me, yeah, I think that when I was thinking about this question, like, we have measurable goals that we've kind of put down on paper, but I don't think that we collectively as a board, and maybe it's from perspective of a new person, but feel collective, I think, ownership of those goals, feeling like they're reflecting our priorities as a group. And I think, we'll talk about how we get there, but I think we're measuring goals that have been put into place, but I'm not entirely confident that that's aligned with our collective vision for where we want to go, and making sure that we're really feeling ownership of the outcomes that are associated with those goals, right? Like, I think we all care about the students and their achievement, but like the connection between those two things, I think, is the part that I feel like we're lacking. I know we had a lot of things that we urgently were dealing with in our first year, and I think in the year that we've served together here. So I'm not. I think now is a good time for us to kind of develop that we've all developed some of these skills. I think that was my perspective on this. So I think I read the question and we have established the goals, but I'm not sure that they are established by us as a collective organization.
Yeah, no, I want to sort of add, part of that too is that you're no board here, no board majority, right? It's taken a year to get on board, and this is really the appropriate time, right, for you to sort of grasp this, and you'll be here for the next 3 years, right? So at least.
And with superintendent turnover, like, there's the get on the ground, kind of get the lay of the land, start to do some evaluation. The only caution that I have, like, as a new board, I remember when I first came on the board, long time ago, If there was a process of setting board goals that was not driven by the strategic plan, it was driven by the priorities of the board. And I think that that made those goals very political. And I don't think that's healthy for the organization. I think that the goals should be driven by the strategic plan. And the strategic plan is not just about the board, it's about community input. It goes up and down. In an ideal world, the strategic plan has input at all the different levels within our organization, and that should drive the board. It should not be kind of political specials, if that makes sense. And so that's why I keep coming back to, we need to update the strategic plan and pull our measurable first, kind of what Trustee Henry was talking about. And we have an LCAP update coming up at our next board meeting, but making sure that our measurable goals, especially around school climate, are meaningful. I was really frustrated with the school site plans in the past because I didn't feel like the goals we set there were meaningful. And so I think this is a really great opportunity. Strategic plan now, priorities for the board, our goals, and then that tying into the school site plans in the fall, but with a great deal of community input and staff engagement.
Yes, going back to the school site plans and the strategic plan, there is just so much information there. And with school site plans, if there are massive quantities of goals, it's really hard to track anything when there's so much. And I think that's also part of sure, we have things that are measurable, but I don't believe they're being measured in any type of way that is meaningful to create change or impact, because there's just so much stuff. And that's what I'd like to see with this goal setting is, what are the really top things that we want to focus on for any given time span, so we can actually have time to have discussions and make movement within those couple of things versus, and we all attended those school site plans meetings in the fall that were massive amounts of information. And I think that's hard. If you go onto any campus and you're asking any staff member, what are your site's goals for this year and how are you moving towards attaining those goals? I think some people would, I don't really know, because here's this giant document of things and I do not have time to filter through or figure out how that's going to align with my instruction, or how I'm going to put any of it into action. So I think that figuring out a way for us as a board to kind of prioritize some things to make the goal setting and the measuring more practical and meaningful is something that I'd like to push forth and pursue.
And also, I mean, when I'm talking about these goals, I'm not intending to talk about just the things that these 6 people at this table come up with, that it's part of a thorough strategic plan process that is grounding every single thing that we do, that we can always point to, but isn't this vast array of things, but that is a true, like, there's strategy to it. There's, and programs that hang up. Because I have seen in the past, you know, as a non-board member over the last decade, how we end up with the Christmas tree is having things that may be a board member's goal that are different than the things that were on in the strategic plan that were really going to move the entire district and our children forward. And so that's, I just want to clarify that for me, like, that strategic plan process has to be the foundation of it, and not one where things kind of get shoved in later when it's, oh, that sounds like a good idea, let's find a place to hang it under one of the strategies. But no, we're really like, this is where, like, everything we do with budget we should know where that fits in. Everything we do with program, everything we do with staffing, like, everything should do that, it should fit in. And I appreciate that the staff right now, when they do a presentation, they always lead with which strategic goal. But I think somewhere along the way it morphed into well, I can always find somewhere that I can pull out something that it fits under, not truly, we're gonna choose this and not this because we've done this thorough process that involved community and staff. And that's ultimately what everything has to hang together on.
I think in an ideal world, we used to have a cadence of, there have been, and it's come and gone, right? So sometimes there was a cadence of regular strategic plan updates with a strategic plan. What do we call it? A scorecard. It was basically a report on the progress towards each of the goals within the strategic plan. And then when things got really, really challenging, that wasn't prioritized by staff. And it, in the last school year, when you all first came on, with turnover and superintendents and 2 different interims and, there was not an update on the strategic plan. But that's why I was talking about the governance calendar too, is once we've set these goals, based on the strategic plan, what is the cadence for update on them? And that gets to what you're talking to about as well, Trustee Reed, is like, how are we getting information on this progress and making sure we're focused and that our community understands what it means? I'll give an example. I've heard a lot about the MVWSD way this year, which is kind of a new thing, but I don't even know if I really understand what that means as a trustee, but it's been kind of like the mantra that people can say to me. But what does that actually mean? So if we're cohesive and we're targeted, as Trustee Reed said, everyone should be able to understand at least what some of the priorities are.
Yeah, and I think to bring it back, right? I think this is a natural thing that happens towards the end of a previous strategic plan, is that, but just if you haven't kept them up to date, right, they start to drift from the actual vision of the organization and the actual things that are happening, right? Like, so I think that's a critical thing, right? Because if you review our existing strategic plan, right, we have like 5 different goal areas. Each of them have like a whole bunch of sub bullet points. I think similar to the school site goals, I think like you end up, when you have too many things that you're measuring and too many goals that you're tracking, you end up not really thinking about which ones are important and which ones actually like are the top level things that you want to move the needle on, right? And I would feel like paring some of that back, I think, helps maintain the focus on the things that are really, really important. This doesn't mean that things not on the list aren't things that people care about and aren't things that people are worried about at the schools, but it helps us internalize this at the high level, like what the progress is and where things are going.
Well, and I think what we see in the school site plans, principals have pretty healthy site budgets and they have to justify their expenditures. And so part of the complexity of the school site plans is principals having to document all of that spending and what it's tied to. So while I agree that it needs to be more targeted and focused, it's also part of it is always going to be a little complex and unwieldy because they're doing so many. That money gets distributed in different ways at each school site, if that makes sense, and prioritized a little bit differently based on the school community. So I think there's a tension there, or friction in the complexity of the school site plans. There's a state mandated process for how the school site council has to review the school site plan and approve it, if I'm correct, Superintendent Baer.
So I will check on this,
Okay.
but the need for the site plans, the single plans of student achievement, site councils, that has evolved in recent years. I believe the only school that has to have a site plan right now is Castro by law. Doesn't mean we don't want to have goals for schools, right? Doesn't mean we don't want to outline, but I will check on that and come back. Okay, because it has to do with, it does have to do, the need for a plan and accountability for funding is tied to the source of that funding, right? But I want to make sure I need to come back with information, but I just wanted to plant that seed on what's required versus what we do and how that might drive decisions around goals for schools.
Okay, I think we had good discussion of that item. Should we go to another?
So question number 5, the superintendent is given direction by the board as a whole rather than individual members. That one had a bit of variance on it from a 6 to a 10 to a 9. So it was a bit, there was just some variance. So I think there might be some, it might be worth a conversation and a 7 to just make sure. So from 6 to 10, right?
It's not this way.
At least in so far, it was, I think I was on the higher end of there, not the high. That I think that I have observed that Superintendent Bear has waited and to be able to kind of see consensus before taking it as direction. I do think that perhaps there's one thought, particularly based on our last meeting, that there could be opportunity for it being like in your guidance of the conversation, the being more sure before something's taken as of clarifying what the superintendent's taking as our direction, and clarifying kind of exactly where the board's position was, and whether what we're saying is actually meaning the same thing, if that makes sense, of not just kind of appearing to sort of have consensus, but that we actually at a deeper level mean the same thing by what we're, but I don't see, the question kind of contrasted is the superintendent getting direction from the board and the whole versus an individual trustees. And I don't see things moving forward and seeming to be direction that actually I feel like come from just 1 or 2 people. And I don't know if that's, if other people see it differently.
I echo those same comments in that in the time that we've been together, I don't feel that I see that there's evidence that it's, 1 or 2 board members where the direction is going based on their priority. It seems that there's a lot of discussion individually, but also during meetings and closed session where there's time to thoughtfully gather input from everybody's perspective and kind of have meaningful discussions where I feel that everybody's voice is heard and everybody's level of participation is taken into account when decisions are being, and that it's not strongly pulled in any one person's direction or 2 people's direction. I feel that a lot of the recommendations coming from Superintendent Bear really are, this is what I've gathered based on conversations that I've had or that I've witnessed. And this is generally what seems like the consensus versus I feel a certain type of way or somebody feels a certain type of way. It seems like trying to gather information and then provide the general, this is the consensus from what it seems like.
I think for me, this is a hard thing to actually have insight into because we're not in everybody else's individual meetings with the superintendent. So we can make the score based on what we see in the public meeting, but it's hard to know what happens outside of the public meeting.
Just seems to me that superintendent sort of weighs everybody's, hears everybody and, you know, basically supports a board majority.
I think to trustee Henry's comments, I did, there is a tension. I think I noted that we often function on consensus rather than the explicit direction sometimes, and that I think has the risk of potentially falling into someone's brainstorming an idea and then staff takes that as a direction for something that we generally want to do. I don't think I've seen it happen, but it is something that worries me sometimes, where it's like, if we're just kicking around ideas and deliberating over something, that it might be taken as a more serious direction than we intended to. And I think it's something for us to be mindful of as we work towards arriving at that consensus and direction.
I mean, I think that's where it's nice to have an experienced superintendent, because he will ask for clarification if he needs it on board direction. I've seen boards try to do straw polls. I know, I'm thinking of the budget discussion in particular. There was the consensus portion and we took a vote, and then the conversation seemed to extend a little bit longer than it needed to after that. And so, you know, just being mindful of when has the board kind of reached an endpoint on the discussion and moving on from that, if that makes sense. But I mean, I do trust, from what I've seen with Superintendent Bear so far, that if he feels like direction is unclear, he's going to ask too.
The flip side of that is, I would like us to make sure that we have that internal muscle and discipline for doing that, right? Because I don't want us to rely on it. As much as I appreciate all of Superintendent Bear's work, I don't want us to rely on having necessarily an experienced superintendent who will do that, right? It's a way to slip into those types of situations where, so it's useful for us to be mindful in our operations to make sure that we're clear on that.
Yeah, I think it's a really big help that we're meeting with superintendent twice a month now. And every board member is doing that. That means we all have the same FaceTime with him. We also, more importantly, come prepared with the information, you know, that can't necessarily be put here, you know, on the agenda. So we're prepared and know more about what he thinks. To me, that's just been a revelation, because if I wasn't president, I would come to many board meetings just being completely clueless about what was going on. Having once a month meeting.
But I think publicly, at board meetings, I think, in those moments asking for or saying out loud, what staff and I are hearing, right? What I'm hearing direction is just that's something I can do as well, as opposed to just walk away with it in my head. I can say it out loud.
I think what Superintendent or Trustee Lambert said about the cadence that we are now doing meetings, I don't know that that's been put out there publicly, but I think sometimes that's a concern for the public of who's meeting when, and is this the only time you guys are having this discussion? And so it's good for them to understand that there is twice a month that we're all individually meeting, but then there are also some times where there is a meeting with more than just one trustee. And I actually have found that that also brings about a different level of understanding when you have that little extra when there's somebody else there and their opinions maybe or thoughts slightly differ, and it gets you to have that, oh, okay, that wasn't exactly what I was thinking, but I see that, and now I'm kind of thinking about things in a different way prior to being up here. So there's lots of conversation that I think is happening prior to what the public sees. So I think that's also important to note that there are more opinions than what is being live streamed.
But always mindful of the Brown Act. Like, it's all, you know, if there's ever, I will note, I think I've only been in like a meeting with one other trustee. It hasn't happened very much for me. I think the way we're doing the president and vice president working on the agenda together sets up a structure there. But you know, I think briefings, you can always tackle a couple of us for briefings, which we did with the Arenda report. I think that's,
Earlier, or at the end of last year, I think with budget too,
Yeah.
right?
so, I was traveling with the Arenda one, so I had to do that one on my own. But I think that, I agree with trustee Reed that that's usually very, very productive. And, you know, it's not, I don't think I've ever met with the superintendent less than 2 times a month. I've always been maybe a little too engaged in wanting to question what's going on behind the scenes. But Superintendent Bear, I know gets phone calls from me that aren't part of our schedule, and I'm sure he does from other trustees as well as things come up.
I think that's, I mean, just to be clear, right, it's on a range of topics and it's all with the intent and the want to make sure that, I mean, you all need to be informed with what's going on in the district as you interact with constituents, as you get questions, right? We want to make sure that I want to make sure that you're informed and don't get, you know, caught off guard with a question about like, I have no idea. That's just not good form.
It was a good idea to go to having vice president and president work with the superintendent to set the agenda. That helps assure, since the president otherwise would have so much power in setting what the agenda is, it really helps sort of distribute the responsibility.
And I think that in particular, I think is a useful change in that it also just allows us to make sure we're not missing anything. Because I think, you know, you and I both had caught things that the other hadn't caught that needed to go on the agenda and similar. I think we've had that experience already. So it's really
And then
nice.
I would also think that would make the transition of roles much smoother.
So just generally appreciate the more informed we are, you know, we have the similar thing in my day job, right? Of like, it's always a bad outage if like the user sees it first and I am finding out about it later. So you need things that you can find out. And similar here, like if I'm hearing it from someone at the Nob Hill versus yeah.
Sometimes those are useful data points that we can provide to the superintendent as well. Sometimes we do hear about things first and we need to pass it up the chain and make sure people are aware.
Right, fantastic. I think
And then the third one that there was some variation on was the number 3, the board handles and retains confidential information in a professional manner.
participate. Bill, any reaction to that?
Basically think we do a pretty good job on that.
I think we've had some ups and downs. And it seems to have been more consistently better of late.
Those are my same thoughts, is that I think initially there were some, how did that get out there? But now it seems pretty consistently where we're supposed to be.
I think my thoughts are the same as the two of you, of that, particularly when we first started, there were a couple of things that either came out in community comment or in the newspaper that I had questions about how someone knew about that, or even just things where maybe things had been hinted to someone and they extrapolated things that were not accurate. And so, but I have not had that feeling lately, but it's just such an important thing that we have to be able to trust that everything in closed session is like truly, even if it seems like an ancillary thing. Just because even a little thing, people start to make assumptions, and then you can't correct them.
my experience, I think, is roughly aligned with the rest of my colleagues here. I think it's, we deal with a lot of issues in closed session that can't be made public and for various reasons. In talking with constituents, it's often I think people need to be careful about how they talk about anything that is even listed anywhere is done. I think we've done a better job over that in the future, especially because they're in the recent history, but additionally because, like, I think as you're pointing out, like, slight mentions then get filled in with more information that we can't correct or anything like that, and becomes an even bigger challenge to do. Not commenting on the accuracy or correctness of any speculation about closed session is a very difficult thing.
I think you bring up a good point in that having discussions with constituents, and I hear often, well, that's a very political answer, or why are you being so vague? And I have to be. I cannot leak information, and that's the nature of the beast. Is once you get into this portion, it's what happens in closed session informs a lot of the background detail of why decisions are made, but that can't be public knowledge. And so it's difficult for a lot of constituents to understand the process. And it sucks to have to say, well, you have to trust the process. But I know that there's been lack of trust in the past, but we are now a new board majority, and you voted for us in the capacity that you really trusted our decision-making skills. So there has to be that level of, we can't give you all the information so that to justify decisions that we've made, because those are meant to be confidential.
I have an example that keeps being brought up sometimes, which is kind of fascinating, is this idea that the board president personally negotiates the superintendent's contract and champions it in some way. And that is not how the board works. And it is very challenging because we can't speak about things like the superintendent's contract or resignation agreements outside of closed session, but it is always a board vote, and it is not one little individual trustee out there doing, I don't know what people think they do, but that is an example of when stuff does get leaked, or if somebody who maybe has served on a board in the past or is on a board makes a comment that misleads the public about how those decisions are made, that's also very challenging to correct. Like, they know better, and yet, or maybe things weren't functioning the way they were supposed to in the past. I don't know. But, and then that breaks down trust from others over time. So it's makes it even more important that we are very conscientious about what we do and don't share, because it can get kind of expanded upon in a negative way, and we can't correct it.
Yeah, and I think right to the first point, right?
Yeah.
Like we don't often have reportable action out of closed session, but when we do take actions, there is a vote of the board similar to any other vote that we take, and we do a roll call for these things, right? Like, this is not, it's an important piece of clarity here. I think the other thing that just kind of, your comment, I think, brought to mind was also, I think, one of the challenges, which I think is something we need to be mindful of also, is people may try to intimate that they know something about happened in closed session to get you to comment on things that have happened in there. And it's a fine line you have to walk, right? You can't comment one way or the other. And it's really important for just because of the types of topics that we deal with in closed session. Like, we don't ever communicate any information, affirmative or negative or anything like that. impact. Perhaps.
It does. Do you,
We had the last section too. Do we want to cover maybe just any sort of?
Yep, it's a
Can we
good idea.
read through some of those quickly and we can then go around the reactions or things that, yeah.
Yeah, so this is,
Jack, should we talk about how we're gonna use our time and how long we're willing to go? Because I think we originally have a 9 to 12, and I'm okay with going longer, but I just thought we should probably like talk about what.
Maybe, yeah. How much longer for this? I would say probably allocate maybe 10 minutes at most for like some specific goals we want to have going forward, just that we can kind of check how we're doing for some of the things you've identified, if folks have brought some things to mind, and then maybe 5 minutes here to discuss the free form comments. But I'm open to, that's a stake in the ground, so please negotiate.
I'm quite flexible because our board retreats in the past have been from like 8:30 to 2, and I just put that on my calendar as what this meeting was without realizing that there was a stop at 12.
It's fine to go a little bit longer. I prefer not to spend a lot for New Year, but
Yes, I'd like to finish this conversation on the same boat. I would, yes, not like to spend the afternoon here, but
So 15 more minutes here on this item, and then we'll continue with the rest of the business. That sound plausible to folks? Or
so there were two questions. Maybe you want to hear them both. I'll read the questions to you just as a reminder. What do you think are the 3 biggest problems the board must deal with in the next 2 years? That was one question. The second question was, are there any other functions, roles, or behaviors that you think the board needs to improve on? What would your suggestions be for improvement?
I would say,
Go here.
I would say start with B.
Okay.
It's both included.
Yep. So this is improvement, right? Enhancing the board's work and effective oversight while not overburdening staff with unnecessary burdensome requirements, an effective division of labor across different board roles and functions to make sure we're effectively using our limited meeting time and staff resources, and then making better use of our existing committees and potentially building new board level committees. A study session where more information is presented, more questions can be asked, live versus a written document via trustee questions would be beneficial before larger action items such as budget cuts to allow for more community engagement, but also for more time to process information and come up with additional questions before discussion and ultimately action. The board needs more time creating, tracking board and superintendent system programmatic goals to see how things are progressing and shift if necessary at more timely intervals to keep things moving forward efficiently while keeping the main thing, increasing student achievement. Here. Relationship building with marginalized families, also possibly staff town hall. So those were as a reminder, other functions, roles, or behaviors you think the board needs to improve on, suggestions for improvement. And maybe that rolls into, that probably informs the next task you were talking about, which was what are our takeaways here?
Yep. Reactions over this way.
Of good things in there. But I mean, a variety of, I guess a theme of more information and time and processing, and of connection and opportunity for different types of outreach.
yes, that's what stood out to me is the study sessions, town halls, more time for engagement and processing and receiving information before ultimately decisions are made.
Yeah, and I think everything in there was great. I think this is a very process-oriented board. We might want to do one of those, what is your kind of how you receive and process information style activities at some point, but Superintendent Bear is probably figuring it out.
Yes. So I do think we are presented with lots of information. However, I find it difficult to interpret the information in a way that I can act on it or it helps inform decisions. So, I guess what I think would help all of us is to not only have the information presented in sort of a different way, but also with a purpose, okay, to inform us, not just here's all the scores of all the schools, but here are the scores that you need to know to help inform, some kind of decision making. Does that, like you say, does that make sense? If it's like, right? I'd be glad to elaborate, but I feel I'm too often overwhelmed with information, or I'm wanting more information from what I presented.
To that point, yeah, I think one of the things that I've taken away from it, like we get lots of information sent to us in presentations, and it goes through, and staff does an excellent job of communicating to us. I'm often left at the end filling in my why of like what I think is the important place where staff needs direction or something from us, which I think all of us probably individually do. And it'd be helpful, I think, maybe reframing what you're talking about is like getting an explicit or close to explicit ask from staff of like, this is all the information we have. This is kind of the area that we're unsure of, that more direction would be useful for us to achieve the goals that you've all set for us, right? And pulling that together helps, I think, line up the process.
Something that I noticed is there was a general type of, or I guess like the level of detail I was looking for at some points. I think I was asking very similar trustee questions several meetings in a row. And then I started finding that now the information is just in there. So then when I go to look at the document to ask the question, oh, that attachment is there, or oh, that's already part of it. So that's a nice transition into like once they realize what types of questions we're asking, they're preemptively, proactively putting that information in there so that I no longer have to type that out as a question because it's there. But the more we engage with them, I feel like they're trying to adapt to our needs, which is good for us to be able to say, oh, that's how I process information. Great. But that's not out there for the general public. So sometimes when they view those slide decks, I don't have all the information that I want based on that slide deck, but it's also the understanding of, yes, but based on what we need or how we process information, staff is trying to shift to get us what we need to make the decisions, which is not going to be what the general public views as how I want the information prepared for me.
I do agree it's getting better.
But I think your point is important, right? That the information we're providing is to inform the board to have the information that you need to make a decision or be informed on a particular topic, which may be different than what a member of the public wants to see and how they want to see it. But that's not who we're responsive to. We are responsive to you as elected trustees, right? I think that's what you were saying, right?
Yes, absolutely. And there has been a shift in little details of I would really prefer to see the information presented in this manner, and then either the next meeting or a few meetings after, oh, there it is. It's presented in the way that makes sense for me to process it, to be able to make that decision. And I think publicly that's not discussed. And so this doesn't make sense for me. it can't make sense for everybody, and it has to make sense to the people who are ultimately in charge of making the action.
I think this speaks to one of the ongoing challenges for any school district is there's the decision-making piece for the board, and then there's the communication piece about how decisions are being made for the public. Because if we lose our public and they don't understand why decisions are being made, and it doesn't feel like the right decisions are being made, like that's a real problem too. And so there's a tension there. And I think, you know, part of what Trustee Lambert was getting at is I find it extremely helpful when at the end of the presentation, there's a discrete ask of trustees, like here are the 3 questions we want you to answer. That's very helpful in directing me as I'm reading through the information provided. But then I think you've got some people who love a lot of data and information. Those can always be links in a cover sheet and not necessarily part of the presentation. It doesn't always have to be in the slide deck. It could be somewhere else, but in the publicly available materials too.
Okay. Then with that, I think maybe we can come up with, I don't know, 2 to 3 goals for functioning better, or is there more folks would like to
I mean,
discuss?
I'm not sure. So what type of goals are you trying to get at?
So I think we have a lot of, especially in the last section, right? I think there were a handful of areas that were common themed, it sounded like, of, I don't know, to me, right, like, we wanted more study sessions, right? Like, that is something that we could say over the coming 6 months or quarter or something like that, we should have some number of study sessions where we can kind of guess on specific topics that we want to address, right? And that's, I think, something we can say, yeah, we came here, we talked about this. This is something we desired to help us do our jobs better and to function better. I think we can check in and say, did we actually do that, right? That's kind of my goal here, is to have some actionable things that we can take away from it.
Not that it's a bad idea, but I think that the other question is maybe a little, you know, assessing what has happened in the past. We've always said we wanted more study sessions, and we never do it though, right? So why is that, right? What's stopping us from doing that? Or town halls? I mean, we talk about it, but we don't do it. But I'm not criticizing it. It's just like there's some resistance somewhere.
The first step is us writing them down collectively as a group and
Yeah.
saying we should do this.
I think, so I don't think like an arbitrary number of study sessions is helpful. I think it has to be guided by like, what are the things that we want a study session on? We did do study sessions last year. We did a lot on housing, right? We had also a lot of extra meetings last year. And so even if they weren't called study sessions, some of the extra meetings filled that gap too for us. This is where I want to look at the governance calendar and see what's already being covered and what do we see lacking. And if we want a study session, let's talk about what we want and when, but I don't want to set I think an arbitrary number doesn't make sense.
I mean,
But
do you
what
think
we do, be
in a
doing
year-
a lot of these anyway, is part of the strategic plan update, right?
Yeah, I mean,
that's-
and part of that is, I assume staff will come back to us with a suggestion for strategic plan study sessions.
I think it's useful for us to develop commitments together, of things that we want to do, and then being able to judge ourselves on how we're doing them, right? Like, this is, I think, if this is not our last board self-evaluation. I would like to have some outcomes from this that we'll look at next time and say, did we actually do those?
I'm just questioning, is your outcome, we want a study session on these 3 different topics, or is your outcome, we want 3 study
I am
sessions? Because
open.
one
This
makes
is
sense to
us.
me and one doesn't.
This is for us to decide, right? Like, these are our goals, but I want them to be actually specific enough that we can determine whether we did them or not, if we think they're important.
I would like to set a goal that we have at least one community town hall around. I'm not quite decided on what the topic would be, frankly. Maybe around around the strategic plan. Like the challenge in town halls in the past is you could only have 2 trustees. Or could we have, no, we could have it be a broader publicly noticed.
As a meeting,
Well,
right?
So-
Depends who's running the town hall, right? It's the
Yeah.
staff or as a board, right? Staff, then
So I'd like at least one strategic planning town hall.
I think that's gonna come naturally.
Yeah.
I would request that be left open because it may be that having a district-wide town hall isn't the most effective way to gather input.
Yeah.
Process, it might be every single school site.
Yeah.
Or kind of thing, right?
I'm happy to leave topic open as needed, and then, like, if we decide that, like, there's an important thing for us to have a town hall for, like, let's say immigration enforcement is coming up as a topic or something like that, where we really want to engage the community on it. I don't want to feel like, oh, he said we were going to do one on site plan, why, or on a strategic plan, like, why are we, like,
Yeah, but that's when the number is arbitrary, like.
Right, for both study session or town hall, you're having the discussion about the same thing. Let's have one town hall on what? Let's have 3 study sessions on what? I mean, the topic should drive it, not the fact that you want.
I think, so what I'm keying off of though is that we have multiple times where we've touched on this, saying retroactively, we should have had these things. And I think if we let it too much up to, like, we should do this and leave that blank, I don't see us driving towards doing it.
That's my concern too, is we can say, let's try to plan something and be mindful of using that tool of the town hall. But if we don't have a set to just continue to push, whereas I feel like, for example, the budget, that was, we can anticipate the more, the larger items that are going to bring a lot of community engagement. And that would be one where we know this is going to have a lot of community comment. Let's try to get ahead of it and do a town hall or a study session prior to, so that on the meeting day, the amount of public comment is much less because we gave them that opportunity to be heard. And so then the meeting then becomes more about actual board discussion and or the action as needed, and less about community engagement. Because I feel like, because there's that lack of town halls and lack of study sessions, that our meetings are becoming more about community engagement, when that really should be happening prior to a board, because the board meeting is a meeting of the board discussing things that we plan on making decisions for. So community engagement and time for them to give their feedback on things that we will discuss and we will have a decision to make about in the future, that should be done ahead of time.
Yeah, I think just reiterating what I hear you saying is that giving input at the 11th hour, right before the decision is going to be made, isn't the best time to inform your decision. It's actually perhaps several weeks prior, when you're still formulating, right?
And I think it feels like I would kind of have like 2 buckets of things, that one is kind of from a governance perspective, and that's to me where the study sessions are different than are not about the input. I mean, they can give input, but are more about making sure that we understand whatever that topic is in depth, and ask, even in this kind of more informal conversational style, understanding in depth. So that's where I think a specific thing I would like to do is, in looking at the governance calendar, are there topics that probably every year we should do a study session on, maybe, you know, the budget or something like that, where like that can just be a part of, like, every year in April, we talk budget, whatever that timing is, but like that would be the action I would like to take, is to identify, are there, and I don't want to add 8 million study sessions, but are there 1 or 2 things where every year we know we really need to have that more in-depth conversation, and it should just be on the governance calendar and they just happen. And then I think we had a theme in some of our comments about community engagement and improving access to community engagement. So I think I think it's a next step conversation of what we think, whether that's town halls or whether that's office hours or whether that's different types of things that can be, whether it's a meeting, you know, where our board meeting moves to a different site or whatever it is, that I think that should, an action item, I think a next step would be a specific conversation on community engagement and how do we improve both the, like, people's access to providing it in advance and the broader connections in all parts of the community. I think that will be a very important specific thing with strategic planning, but also just what are our mechanisms in place for making sure that. And so I think that's I guess that's, to me, the action item is to have that next step conversation.
I think in your discussion of the study sessions, I think it also just jogged something in my mind, which was we spent a good amount of time here discussing how we have these kind of meetings and we gather information outside, and it's hard for folks to kind of see that. I think study sessions are a very, very good tool for us to have that discussion in public and have people see all of the stuff we do ahead of time to come to our understanding of issues and work through that. So I do think that definitely supportive of scheduling at least some study sessions.
So I can think of a few topics already or locations. So I know we've talked about having a meeting, a board meeting, or some sort of meeting, Castro specifically. And so I would set a concrete goal of in the next school year, or I don't know if we want to do in the year or in the next school year, having a meeting of the board at Castro. I'm ambivalent on if it's a study session, town hall, a regular board meeting. But being on that site and including part of it is discussing what we're doing specifically at Castro to support students and families there and the work that we're doing, because it does have a lot of different sites. So that's one that I would love to set a concrete goal.
Yeah, that would feel town hall like right, because it's not going to necessarily be like the standard agenda for a meeting, right? That would feel town hall like where we're overviewing the programs there and
getting some input.
Getting input in a normal structured way and making it accessible for the community.
So that to me, I don't know how trustees feel, that I'd be happy to sit all around.
Sort of two-way conversation, and we don't seem to have those, right? When we have these meetings, it's more of a formal board and speakers have their 3 minutes to speak. And I do think it would be useful to have a conversation with the public and set it up that way.
Yeah, I think for those, we would have to be in twos, right? Like if we're doing a full meeting, it has to be in the standard agenda format.
I know there's issues
Yeah.
with that, but that's, yeah. I think that would be very valuable and much more, there's something very constraining about this 3 minute, and I think as much as people try, it always seems to come to some antagonistic kind of, presentation. So
Can I just toss out there that we're going to the format, right? I think understanding the why, what we want to accomplish, and then figuring out the format that best fits makes the most sense, right? If it's a conversation just to listen around a couple of key questions or whatever it might be, then we can decide what the format is, which might be a town hall, which is more free flowing. But I worry about setting up or identifying the goal as the format, because then we're going to potentially shoehorn something in that's artificial, right?
That's kind of why I wanted to think of the next step as not to punt it, but to like have a more in-depth conversation about what the format is and what the goal is, because I think, and there could be multiple things. I know other school districts do things like, 2 trustees, 2 office hours kinds of things, or, town halls, which can be, I think of probably the last, I mean, maybe I've missed one. The last one I can think of was 2018 after Parkland, and it was about safety. And that was a lot more I don't know, like a motion and some information out, but also just that kind of open mic chance to sign up and say what you want to say. And those can all have different functions. And I think, I don't know that right this minute, unless everybody was thinking about this a lot more, that we're ready to say exactly like 3 study sessions or this thing, but I think that's where, to me, the next step is kind of identifying what the.
Because even when I think about a Castro, right, like, because I do think that's really important. Do we want to talk to them about what's currently in place? Do we want to get input on vision for the future? Do we want to toss out, that sounds very casual. Do we want to outline some ideas and take feedback on those, what we want to do to improve the outcomes for the kids at that school, right? So I think, again, understanding the what, and then we can figure out the how.
Yeah, I think on the study session side, I think we're relatively clear, right? The what and the benefit of it. And I think we have consensus that I don't have a particular number, but I think we can probably.
If you review previous board meetings from things like budget, where you're seeing a massive amount of people showing up because they want more information, or they're asking lots of questions in their comments, I think it would be safe to say, yeah, that would be a definite, we should have a study session prior to that meeting.
Then maybe to anchor on Trustee Henry's thing, maybe we have a community engagement plan or recommendations that we think are not to be generated here, but that would be, I think, a nice next step to commit to, right?
I like that. And I think so when we did the Reimagining Castro plan, in that first year, there were multiple on-site meetings. They weren't board-directed meetings. They were about the Reimagining Castro plan itself and presenting what was going on and getting community input. But all the board members were free to attend and listen. And I remember, people being rightfully concerned last spring when we were talking about, well, what does that mean for the coming year with the Reimagining Castro plan? And there hadn't been another session to gather community input. So I think what you're hearing are some topics: budget, probably study session, maybe town hall, depending on what's needed, but like budget.
When you say, can I get clarity? When we say budget, are we talking about budget development, understanding the budget? Are we talking about a year minus a few months from now? About other reductions we need to look at going into the following school year?
I'm thinking like December or early January budget. Because we already had this big budget decision this year. When we're getting ready to make decisions about the budget, even if there's not cuts, and we're getting ready to make decisions about the budget, which usually does have to happen in January or February, weaving in there an extra session of some sort. This year it was the Urenda report, but
I think that might be where I think when Trustee Reed's talking about town hall and community's input, and I think that's where I'm thinking of it differently. Maybe it's both. that I'm thinking about that on a governance calendar perspective, or like before a more of a study session, making sure all of the board members understand in depth the budget development process and the pieces of the budget before we get to that May meeting where it's a public hearing, seeing it. That's where I think maybe as a just every year, like opportunity for in-depth financial conversations, so that, because everybody comes in with different levels of finance background, people come in with different, like making sure that whoever's on the board has a very deep understanding of what that budget means and how it's developed. And then in our current situation, and where there's going to be a lot of input, making sure that there is that opportunity for, whether it's town hall or however it looks, opportunity for getting as much, input in whatever additional settings kind of piece is what I think maybe what I'm realizing is.
Right. So when I think back to this school year, I think about in October and November, during those 3 meetings, we talked to the board about revenue and expense, right? So I think about that perhaps being pulled out, not looking exactly the same, right? But that would be perhaps a study session, right? We have that, because if you remember, we think we did it over the course of 3 different meetings, right? Whereas it could be a single meeting, just or a single study session, special meeting, just for clarity. Study session is a special meeting. Having having a special meeting just on that topic, and that's really about kind of where our money comes from, where our money goes to, what the forecast on each of those is, right? What we're forecasting on the revenue side, what we're forecasting on the expense side.
Yeah.
So that there's that level set understanding.
So what I would be looking for on something like that with finance is that, during the last previous year, and this year, we're addressing financial crises. For want of a better word. So what and when and how we should have been informed basically to get ahead of these and not have them come to this where we were in November of 2025, like, oh my God, right? Or even this year, it's sort of jumped at us and we weren't even prepared to sort of anticipate or something like that. So that would have helped me, right? And I think it would have helped the district, right? So we're being proactive rather than, reactive.
One, I've thought about that too. Just a quick side on that, right? Is when I've looked back historically at presentations that have happened to the board, it's clear the district was deficit spending, right? Like when I looked back, that wasn't surprising to me, right? What was surprising was that the severity of the AV growth decline in a single year. So when I look back, of course, it's easy to do revisionist history, right? But when I look back and say, oh, we've been deficit spending for quite some time on ongoing expenses.
Yeah.
Like that's something we need to be conscious of. So I think going forward, that's something we have to explicitly point out, right? Board, in approving this budget, we're approving a deficit spend this year of this much money.
Yeah, and I think some of the forum and than having the budget presented during the board would enable the discussion to be less confrontational rather than putting the CFO and the staff on the spot, asking them really, really tough questions, right? Or what if, and that's sort of not appropriate. And in another kind of forum, it could be easier to talk about, honestly.
In summary.
Yeah.
Do you have direction you need? Right, so I think agreed on study session, I think potentially coming around in like that would be like the August, September timeframe for revenue. What you were just discussing, right?
I think September, October.
Okay. Yeah, I don't need to commit to a particular date. I'm just trying to make sure we're concrete about what
Yeah.
we're discussing.
Well, it should, I do think it should follow, we've got our actuals from the previous year, right?
Do we want a midpoint of like second interim paired? Maybe not this time since we've been talking about it a bunch, but just in a regular like midway point discussion, or
I think there
is there
should-
value there?
I think if we have something that's more regular, I do think it should probably be like in January. So,
Sorry. Just a similar paired version of that, which would be say around like second interim. Would there be value there, right? Like
We're having a budget
yeah,
discussion.
yeah. The kind of do we want to do it kind of in an annual sense, or would it be a regular? Like, I don't have to belabor details here. I'm just wondering what's the amount of information that we think would be useful for the board in developing that skill in asking the questions and having the space to have that discussion.
Right. I think having this September, October cadence, I think what we'd have to think about there is what type of direction we're looking for from the board at that point, right? 'Cause during that time, we at least get our unaudited actuals in. First interim comes in November. I'll talk to Rebecca about that fall idea and what would make sense there, because we want to present it for an informational point of view, right, to the board, to make sure that we're level set on what the understanding for the current year is, but then also what we can pull from that and where we are currently that might inform us for our planning as the winter and spring come, right?
I was gonna say, I think second interim is too late.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we have to make decisions before March.
We need that information. I know the school year has just started, right, at that point, but there are some things we're already looking ahead on and understanding. And yes, there'll be a lot of assumptions in there, but I just, again, think about we will have by that time a much clearer understanding of AV growth from the prior school year, right? And that's obviously a big driver in what we do going forward. So, and then we can figure out what we need in the, because it isn't second year, it's not second interim, it's January.
Great. Did that, and then community engagement plan. We'll have some recommendations for how to move forward on after this. Those are, and I didn't mean to anchor entirely on study sessions and town halls. I think there are other things that we can propose, but I think we identified a point where folks were interested and excited. So
I think that's a productive, good first start.
thank you. Thank you everyone for participating. I think with that, is there anything further? All right. We will now move on to check the agenda. Item 5D.
So we didn't know how much time we needed to spend on each of these, but we wanted to bring them forward, right? For, I mean, the first one's action, just the trustees meeting calendar for 26-27. Finalizing the governance handbook, having a chance to look at the governance calendar, and then you would ask that the committee list be brought.
Right. So we'll start with the meeting calendar. I think any clarifying questions from folks?
The one thing I would ask is, because I pulled up the district calendar for next year and I don't think it lists the open houses yet and back to school nights. If you could just make sure that there aren't board meetings on that conflict with either back to school nights or open houses.
Something that we run into every year, just to flag this, is the swearing in, not every year, every time there's an election. I believe there's a deadline by which the new trustees need to be sworn in, and it's usually December 10th. And yet the election results might not be certified for the November 19th board meeting. And so that late date, there are a number of times where we've had to add some sort of special meeting in December because the 17th does not meet that county deadline.
So just for clarity there, if you want me to investigate this, the 17th can be a ceremonial swearing in, and the swearing in can actually happen prior to that. It can just happen in my office where the elected trustees take the oath, right? So they are actually enacted, right? They have assumed responsibility through that swearing in.
So it doesn't have to, I feel like we've done special meetings in the past.
You can, right? that is possible if you want to hold another meeting.
Or do we just want to have our board meeting on the 10th? Because that would meet the deadline and then we don't have to do all these special things.
That just conflicts with board prep because of CSBA, right? The packet prep is the conflict there.
If I recall correctly, I think there are, we should have the lawyers look at it, but there are like state law things around because it takes often time for election results to be finalized now that like, it's not a hard and fast, like swearing in deadline, right? Like, but we have to schedule the organizational meeting at a regular, right? But it doesn't have to itself be a regular meeting. So we can do all that stuff in a special meeting.
Yeah, I was just
think
trying to simplify.
due
I
Yeah.
do think the 10th still holds as a deadline. The school district deadline might be different than what you have for city council, for example.
Right.
Because we've bumped into it multiple times.
Yeah, I think we can always revise this, right? As we
Yeah. It can be revised. It can be revised.
Clarifying questions complete. There are no members of the public here wishing to speak. All those in favor? Motion by trustee Lambert, seconded by trustee Henry to approve the calendar as presented, passes unanimously. Next item, governance calendar, G.C. This is discussion only.
Um, There's some things, I mean, I think we know that we want a preschool update to be on our governance calendar. That came up. That if it's not on here and it doesn't happen, then that's a little bit problematic. Are there other things that we want to see a regular cadence on?
Yeah, I have a similar question. It's more of a question than a request because I don't know the answer to it. So there's a number of call them initiatives or projects or things that, you know, we launch and we don't necessarily do any assessment. And, you know, one of them is what you're talking about too is, but, you know, is that something that we should have an update on every couple of years or after it starts or and try to keep us? Okay, everybody's shaking their head. I mean, what scares me is that there's so many of these kind of things that it can get overwhelming to the staff and to us. So I'd like to see things like that, and I think all of us could name half a dozen right off the top of our head. You're shaking your head. You have suggestions.
How do we triage them? I guess is the question, right? Like,
Part of
yeah.
the strategic process.
I mean, I think once we have a new strategic plan, it absolutely has to be built into it. I think there's this in between of like, what do we do with the things now?
And what are the things, right? Becomes the question.
Yes.
That there's a want to have feedback on now, right? Some of them you want feedback on in order to make a decision on whether it stays or goes in the future, right? So we realize that. But I think that what I can do is generate a list of the many things. And then we can talk about whether there's a need for a report on it.
And what I've been looking for is a little bit more than our typical updates that, okay, here's a presentation of where we are with IT, okay? And they just go through and list all of the actions that were taken. I'd like something a little bit more depth, okay? You know, who are we serving? Is it accomplishing our objectives? How much are we spending, spent to bring it up? How much are we spending on an ongoing basis? And, and to make it in a way that we're not trying to put a program at risk necessarily, but to understand how it's helping the education of our kids and if our money is aligned. I mean, to help us.
I think the example that jumps to mind for me is the early literacy intervention
Yeah.
we were doing. We were getting kind of updates on that annually on like what were the student outcome impacts directly from it. I don't know if we kept discussing the budget for it as clearly, but I do like the idea of when we're discussing programs, not in a, I think it would become less controversial if regularly when we discuss programs, we discuss like the costs associated with them. Not in a, let's cut this or trim this, or it's not a good expenditure way, but in a, this is where we're putting our money, here's how much we're putting here.
Right.
Here's how it's doing so far.
Right. And some of this is going to come naturally because I will say that I know that there was plenty of members of the public who talked about the number of people working in the district office, et cetera. The number of people working in the district office was commensurate with the number of programs that needed support, right? So there are certain things we are natural. I'm going to come to you and say, we can no longer do that because we don't have the personnel to do it, right? Because we're reducing the district office staff by, is it 9 FTE, right? That's a lot. And so there's going to be a lot of program we can no longer support. We're looking at that. We're trying to figure out right now, Prop 28, ELOP, BTB, all of these after-school programs. We've cut a lot of people, right? And how are we going to possibly support everything that we're doing? Because each of those takes a great deal of time and effort to sustain.
RTI.
Let's go
Yeah.
on.
Yes, so we might be playing catch up for a while, but but going forward, whatever that cadence is, every 2 years or whatever, and it's more like a kind of presentation, but it's an assessment or whatever it is, however you say it. And then that would appear on the calendars too. And every program doesn't have to be assessed. I see things sort of staggered, right? Just to make it manageable.
In my off time, I've been reading about aligning our budgets with like instruction programs. I know that the Government Finance Officers Association has a whole like framework for smarter school spending and has a lot of good activities that I think would be useful for staff to go through in both like discussing how to, when starting new programs, make sure you're sunsetting them or at least evaluating whether they're working well and how to measure. I'm sure this is all I'm the layperson here, so this is all, but also how to measure like impacts and like line up those things with making sure you are getting like the ROI for those. So I encourage folks to read through that.
Yes, most of
Yes, and would you send a link to the trustees?
Yes.
Yes, and the most important thing to do in that is at the inception of the program, establish those metrics by which you're going to evaluate it, right? Because backing into it
things
is challenging.
I think it's a good discipline for us and for
Yes.
staff to recommend, like, staff comes up with ideas for things that they want to do and saying where they expect it to succeed and where they expect the challenges to be is a good way to get early commitment to that, and then we can look back.
I think a key term that you just mentioned, sunsetting, which sometimes doesn't happen with initiatives. And so sometimes at the site level, you have teachers feeling like things are being stacked on top of each other and they're doing something that was in effect many, many years ago and hasn't been, and just feeling overwhelmed with things. And it's like, wait, you're still doing that? That we stopped doing that a while ago.
Yes, something I've learned is you have to explicitly state to stop it because people they want to do what they're supposed to be doing, right? So if you start something and just assume everyone understands that this is replacing this, no, that is not a common understanding.
So the other thing that I don't see on here right now, which I believe is something that we have consistently done, and so it should be on the governance calendar, is a construction update. Usually those were, I'm gonna say they were closer to the interim reports.
Huh.
Maybe if that cadence, but we, and part of it was because we had our bond, a lot of the expenditure has already been done on it, but we haven't had an update this year on kind of where we are in construction updates as a whole as a board.
Yeah, it might be, or maybe a little bit differently as a facilities update. you know?
Or
It-
Facilities, update on the the facilities master improvement plan, maybe,
Or,
because that
and then you
exists.
could throw in demographics, you know, forward-looking.
And
thoughts,
yeah,
But where we've been, what we've done, and then where
'cause
we
that-
might be going.
that facilities master plan is sort of like the strategic plan for facilities. It's a 10-year plan, and it would automatically come with a construction update.
I would I agree with that one. Make sure we have that.
Before the summer.
And then just a couple of things that I hadn't noticed before in the, just in the governance section. I think it'd be worth noting when the policy packets come out, just, as a, so that we know, like, everybody knows that packet comes out in February, expect like 2 months worth of policies that came out in that one. There is always a webinar. Just so that's kind of in that and awareness. And then I think one thing that the two pieces on the every other year election year, we did not get this for various reasons. There has been a board candidate orientation in like September after filing, just kind of that information like in a September, and then the new elected people. So I think it got put on here as board candidate orientation in December, but it's two separate things. It's the new elected people get an orientation in December, but the candidates getting some background information, which was potentially scheduled and then wasn't scheduled, and that was complicated.
How was that done? Remind me, what was the intent?
I mean, it hasn't probably been done since in a long
But what
time.
was
You
the-
got
what
one.
was the- what-
I had candidate one.
Yeah.
I got a candidate one in 2018. And it was like a full long session, kind of like this. Every department head came in and presented about what their departments did. And I was given a huge notebook by every department head to be able to, as a candidate.
Yeah.
So that the
CSBA
candidates
sample calendar. It's not like a
went
random.
into the election season informed about what was happening in the district.
Same thing done when you were elected, after you were elected.
I did not, I was the only new, so you all came in as 3 new trustees. I was the only new trustee on the board at that point. And so I just had weekly meetings.
But it was
with the
never done
superintendent.
after that, right?
No, there was no orientation for me.
After that,
It was
during the
just,
subsequent years, you know.
oh, I don't know. Was it done in 20? I think it was done in 2020.
I,
Oh.
you have to, I was.
Maybe
that
not
would've been
because it was
online.
all virtual.
But I think they did it. But I think it was obviously Zoom, because there were multiple candidates that year. We didn't get the candidate part. You were part of our newly elected, because I think you and I were buddies, and then so we did it as in pairs. But
Committees. I think if it's a district committee, that there should be some cadence of reporting out,
Yeah.
other than I attended this meeting during this time, that there's an actual report for what those committees are doing if they are board committees.
I mean, there is for like the parcel tax and the bond, but I agree with you that it would be like a health and wellness committee update. And I think we should be getting a DLAC update, frankly, because that's such a important part of our community that we're not hearing about as much.
Are those on the calendar, or like specifically the parcel tax ones that you were mentioning? I'm trying to.
The parcel tax and bond oversight both
Annual
do
report, yeah.
a report out where there's discussion around what's going to be reported out and who's going to do the reporting and in what format that report is going to come out. But I feel that if it was standardized, like either everyone's going to have a letter to report out or everyone's going to have a slide deck to report out. That way all committees understand that that's an expectation at some point in the year to prepare and have
The
that.
Budget Advisory Committee, I'd love to hear from
Yeah,
that.
some,
committee.
some like you said, the oversight committees, I think they're required to actually do it. Right, so that's done on a regular basis. Other ones, yeah, they sort of don't necessarily do it. But it's a good idea.
Get an update from the Residences Corporation Board.
That on the calendar. I think we've scheduled our update. We haven't. I'm not the chair of that committee, that board. But yeah, we will make sure at least when the expectation is for the update, it's helpful. All right. No members of the public for comment on this item. Any more discussion? Okay. Now move on to governance handbook, item 5D.
Yeah, so this one has undergone a number of revisions. You most recently saw this in December. All of the changes that were suggested at that meeting have been incorporated. So we're looking for either further adjustments or approval of this going forward. This will be an important piece as we enter elections.
So something that came up, and I was discussing this with Charles, is unless you have prior board presidents telling you about the cadence for superintendent evaluations, we don't have that cadence documented anywhere. Like the mid-year evaluation, you should have at least 2 sessions scheduled to discuss X and X, or, you know, like, and maybe the handbook isn't the place for it, but it needs to exist, that because these take multiple meetings, and it has just been kind of like different presidents have done it different ways. And so
To develop president's handbook.
president's handbook. But it should be for the board. Like,
Yeah.
it's not.
No, it's a
not
collective,
something-
it's a collective
yes,
document of
it's
all
not
of us,
like
but it is the guide for assuming
for the
this role.
president, make sure you know,
Yeah.
ask for.
I think that's an important document to be passed out. Like, we all have input to put into it, but ultimately the president is running off of that.
They have to know when to ask people to return documents. They have to know the cadence and timing. So let's just write it down somewhere.
Appreciate the guidance I've received from our senior members of the board in helping manage this. But yeah, I think it's useful also, just we're learning from this, and it helps document going forward all of the process bits that we need.
And I think that could be a page in the handbook, you know, and collect things or link or whatever, but like, I think.
Maybe in the board bylaw or, that.
Yeah, I would also like, yeah, we have the superintendent evaluation, but which is also tied in, I think some specifics are tied into your contract, but also then board self-evaluation would probably belong in there as well, right? Like, and
Yes, absolutely.
just the structure and how we want to do that. Just
And I apologize. Did we put like board retreats are usually scheduled here and here in the, maybe in there. Yeah. There's an August and a January retreat.
Yeah, it's in the board member commitments page, number 5.
Perfect. Thank you. This might be part of the governance calendar, but it's not maybe it's a future agenda items thing, but we do have to talk, if we want to do anything with trustee stipends, which we might not want to, there is a deadline on that law.
There is a deadline. And be enacted. What's the law? If you shift that, it will delay significant increase. We're gonna lose it.
Oh, okay, thank you.
clarify, there's no deadline, we can take action if we need to, and so, but I think generally.
But there
I
is
don't-
a little bit of a deadline for, I'm sorry to be circling back a little bit. The professional development budget for the upcoming school year, because AEC registration opens in June. We need to make sure that we that we have on our governance calendar, the PD for the
The
board
general board professional
Yeah.
development work stream.
for the upcoming year. We should do that probably in May.
I'll wait for.
Changes?
Any further changes? Any members?
Appreciate all the work that's
Yeah.
being
Yeah.
done on it. It's really come a long way. It's exciting.
Right,
Right, so that one more. the one-
yeah, I mean, this is an action, then we'll wait for.
Oh.
No members of the public wishing to speak, so now we'll. do I have a motion to approve the governance handbook.
We're saying that the evaluation stuff doesn't go in the handbook. It'll be separate. Okay.
Yeah.
So I make a motion to approve the handbook as presented.
Second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Motion passes unanimously. Motion by trustee Conley, seconded by trustee Lambert. Now we're reaching the close, I think. Next item is board committee representative list, item 5E was a discussion item. I want to add this primarily just to kind of clean this up and review how we structure this. I think our discussions about like different committees and appointments, and I think it's a useful moment to take a look at that, which we don't usually actually like look at the list of committees and things that we and roles that we have. Yeah. Any questions?
Are you suggesting adding more?
I have suggestions,
Okay.
which aren't additions here, but for the discussion of this. So one thing I think we've discussed in the past often, right? So to step back, I think we have committee roles, and then I view kind of the non-voting members of committees that we have as effectively liaison roles with those committees, which I think is a fair categorization if you're not voting. The secondary thing I think that we've discussed that is really something that in general discussions feel like we have a desire for are school site liaisons, where we have every year, so maybe a rotation of you have X schools that you are going to be expected to not do everything at, but be at PTA meetings occasionally, be at school events, do that. I think like so that we develop some stuff we were talking about earlier about being available on sites in the community and being a known face for those. So I think that would be a nice addition here. I'm trying to manage board member burnout and roles. So we have a lot of schools, but I think like if we have 3 to 5 assignments total across like committees and liaisons, it's probably enough for people to juggle, but I'm not sure.
I was going to say, the board has discussed this almost every single retreat that I've been here, and the board has never agreed to do it. So
Great.
try to make it concrete.
But I think people agree to do it, but it's just the fact to pull it off.
Yeah, this is what.
And actually do it.
Yeah.
Something
I think
different.
that's where having that, I'm in favor of it, I'd say. We'll say that. It is one thing I see other boards doing on an annual basis when they're doing other committee appointments is just the part of the list that's made. Looking at different boards, sometimes we've done our committee things in the organizational meeting. I've seen, feels like sometimes it's a discussion of the committees in the organizational meeting. And then I guess it's kind of what happened this year as it came back on consent.
Yeah.
But the two things that I see, and again, I know this is adding things, but the things that I see that stand out to me when I look at other districts are those identified liaison positions. Doesn't mean you have to go to everything, doesn't mean you're the only person anybody from that school can talk to, but that you have that intention And then I see other boards that have an intentional, depending on the size of the board. But anyway, an intentional connection with their city and with their, if they're a K-8 district, with their high school district. It doesn't have to be, just that I see those things as, and it looks like Los Altos does it as they have Los Altos Hills. I think Cupertino maybe does the city and the high school district and the K-8 all together, but different configurations of making sure that those relationships are just there.
Yes. There's the additions that are being discussed. Part of the school site liaison isn't necessarily from our standpoint of, we have these school sites to keep track of, and those are the ones we're going to, but also from the reverse perspective of there's one clear person to reach out to from those sites, because sometimes trying to figure out who you want to talk to or emailing everybody in blanket doesn't seem productive from their standpoint. Not that they can't reach out to anybody in particular, but at least there's a name to, okay, if I go to this person, they're going to know. Right. There's a better starting point for that. The city and the high school district, I think, is a good connection to have. If we are feeding students into the high schools, we should have regular communications with them as far as, what are your needs from us to help prepare our students to be at your level, those types of discussions, where there's a little bit more uniformity in how we're doing things, so it's not a stark contrast of like, oh, entering a brand new district and now I don't know how to navigate this. I think that would be good for our students, but also our community, to have a little bit more thoughtfulness in that transition.
I think timing matters. Well, so for example, so next year I'm going to be the only trustee with a child at Graham. You two are no longer going to be in the high school district. So to a certain extent, I think it makes sense for one of you two to be the high school liaison for sure, because you're going to be going through all of that anyways, and you're going to have some unique insights. I'm quite happy to be the Graham person because I'm going to be going to those meetings anyways for the next year. But I also wonder when will we reset these in December?
This would be an annual rotation.
I know, but when is the annual
Yeah, the
rotation?
organizational meeting. It's
It'll be
typically
the organizational meeting.
yeah, I wouldn't want to do more meetings to try to re-navigate this. So just we can do
Yeah.
an organizational meeting and set that up.
Yeah, but I know other people go to the Graham meetings too, because you still have kids there. So, or like you're a natural Crittenden fit because you have a child at Crittenden. I already hear about Mistral and Castro a lot, but I also don't have to be the person for them. So how much is this shake it up and go see a school that you don't know as well? Or how much, how do we want to distribute this?
I think there's value in trying to do a rotation through different schools, right? Like it helps all of us develop a better sense of everything going on in the district over time. But I'm
Yeah, I think if we're willing to dive into this, it might make sense for 2026 to, in the sense of not adding more things to people's plates, of maybe it being some of the ones that you naturally feel like you hear from. But then if it changes every year, we have overlap, that it could over time be something that eventually that maybe you start with Graham because it'll be easy, but then it becomes something else in 2027. Was just kind of what comes to mind for me, that I do recognize, because it would be something new, that maybe having the easiest options first might be the way to transition into it. And there's obviously, yeah, that's just my thought.
So I can do Montaloma and Therakoff. Most of yours kids are at Landals and
Vargas and Crittenden right
Vargas,
now,
yeah.
but depending on how these things go.
Yeah,
Rentals would
I'm
not
also
be
a
fun.
Crittenden a lot, but you're
Yeah.
formally
They mentioned that you're there.
a lot.
Yes, but that's something in the, like, I know my 10th grader spent 3 years at Graham. I now have an 8th grader who spent almost 3 years there. So I've been making it a point to kind of reach out more to Crittenden staff and spend more time there, which has been a different experience. And I think there's value to that rotation of, oh, this is different. Different people, different demographic, different structure, different needs. To understand how different the needs are at each site, I think is an important thing as part of the rotation goes through, to make sure that we're doing that rotation so that we can see how different.
And
it
it-
is.
Well, and that's kind of why I wonder, would it be better for a trustee who's not as familiar with Mr. Allen-Castro to be the liaison? Do you know what I'm saying? Like,
Well, I would say also that drawing the distinction from your parent role and your trustee role is an important piece of that too.
Those
I-
are all good points,
it-
right?
I will say the public doesn't, well, when I go to a principal coffee, it doesn't matter that I'm a parent. Other parents always view me as, like, anywhere you go as a parent who is a trustee, people view you as a trustee regardless. I can draw the distinction in my head, but I don't think that that's a public distinction for many people.
I guess I'm thinking more of staff in this particular
Oh, I see.
situation, right? Whether you're showing up as a parent.
I think it's always trustee. You show up always as trustee, as,
That's what you, I know that's what you know. I'm talking about perception.
right.
And maybe to your point, right, like if there is a school site liaison that's at the principal's coffee and you are there too, right? Like you're there, it becomes clear who's there in which capacity, even though you're both still trustees and are doing this, right? Like you are there as parent, and whereas the person who's identified as such would be the,
I think that's going to be a big cultural shift that isn't going to happen overnight.
of course. I think it's a fair point. These are things to consider as we
Yeah.
decide where to assign.
I think it's also, I think it's also part of it too, is that we've had, whenever we have new leadership at school sites, even if you're showing up as a parent, there's just information that you might have as a trustee that I can think of many times at Graham where I've been able to step in and say, principal is doing a great job answering your question about this. I can give you some context from the last however many years or what have, or from the board meeting.
So we're in agreement on school site liaisons. I'll bubble up in my like controversialness of recommendations here.
And we haven't assigned them yet.
Yeah, we'll assign them, but I think I didn't remember you planning on it. This is just a discussion item anyway. So
Yeah, but I would, as part of this, I'd encourage the school sites to put up liaisons on their website.
yeah,
Right, so it's parents, whatever it is, parents can see
yeah,
it and
as
know.
we develop this rule, right, that would be a nice communications.
I mean, I think part of me wants there to be a board policy or something that mandates the rotation in the future, because otherwise I don't think it will happen.
I agree with that. It needs to be written down that there is an expectation of rotation, that you're not just with the same schools for your entire term.
We develop the role the board policy committee can take up. So next up, and then when I was going through kind of what the remainder of our committee assignments were, and people can correct me on this somewhat, but like I mentioned earlier, I kind of think of the non-voting members as effectively liaisons to those committees, right? Because
That's me.
oh, sorry. Because you're there, right, in observation and communication, but you're not actually like contributing to the actual actions that the committee takes. And so with that in mind, I kind of bucketed the remaining committees that we have around a couple of themes. So community engagement would be, say, LA, MB, PTA Council, MBEF, and PTA presidents. Student services is like DLAC, Health and Wellness District Advisory Committee. And then financial oversight is kind of obvious, but budget advisory, parcel tax, and bond oversight committees. And then external relations, which Trustee Reed got ahead of me on. And so we have Santa Clara County School Boards Association, but also potentially MVLA High School District and City of Mountain View. And those kind of buckets, I think, are useful to think of. I don't know if we want to assign the same person to those buckets as we organize this to develop one capacity in a specific area for trustee expertise and also to minimize staff support for that person in that role. But I'm open to that as well. But I think that's a nice theming of sets of liaison roles that we effectively have.
I don't mind the theming of the liaison roles. I think it would be a mistake to assign one person to each of those buckets. Also because there's just traditionally roles that the board president has filled in part because they are meeting in theory more frequently with the superintendent and working on the agenda with the superintendent. So in the past, DAC, LAMV, PTA Council, PTA presidents, that has all been the board president. Doesn't mean it has to be that way, but that that representational role was kind of a key piece for those.
And I think identifying those as themes is a good thing, as like, even just thinking about each year, organizational meetings. But I agree that I don't think that they should be assigned in that way for a couple of reasons. One, I think it would be a mistake to have everything, for example, in finance be one person. I think and I think in general, it's good to have, and even, sharing kind of those public facing things. So that's not just one person. So that, there are going to be some things where some people never want to do a particular thing, and that's okay. There might be a couple people, but other things where, a couple of people have interest and it rotates more. So I think, thinking of them in different types of buckets, because also those different buckets may have different levels of workload, that it may be a helpful thing, even just as people going into the future of, oh, well, I've just chosen 3 things that are all actually meet every single month. And so it's probably important to identify that, but I wouldn't want to have that be packages of roles.
I think you got ahead of my most controversial, which is not just having one person on finance. I think it might be nice to have perhaps a committee of 2 board members that are specifically focusing on.
And we have a committee, board finance committee, just like we have a board policy committee.
Right. Does what I'm suggesting. I know
That's what the
what
role
that
of
would-
that
Yeah,
committee
we would
is.
need to discuss how that interacts with the budget advisory committee, right? But I think
You're creating a lot of
work, I know.
Yeah,
That's the thing that I
with
that
fewer,
I thought.
with fewer people.
I sorted this on controversy.
So just if anybody's interested, as reference, I looked at, for example, like Napa Valley has a finance committee. And I'm not proposing we need all of these, but they do have a little paragraph on their website of what they have a finance committee. And these are all, they have a 7-member board. So they have 3 board members on each. A curriculum and student support committee, a facilities and technology committee, and then a policy committee. And they each meet 4 times a year. But I appreciated that if anybody wants to, when you go home, look at their website, they have like a little paragraph that does describe kind of what the purpose of each of those committees are. And I'm not saying we need all of those. That would be a big jump in what we do right now. But I thought it was helpful to have those descriptions.
It might be that this also comes out of like strategic planning process, if that makes sense.
My latter 2 here are meant, or the last one is meant to more seed this
Planting the
discussion and try to start thinking about it. I know, especially given staff time is not probably the best time. My other committee for potentially even after finance would be facilities and long-term planning, right? Like a set of board members that are focused on that and kind of how all that stuff goes on. But that is even further off. So I don't think we need to talk about that now.
Yeah, I was gonna say, usually that becomes like a huge board focus. You do your master facilities plan update when you have the bond capacity to go
Yeah,
out for a
that's something you
bond.
spin up for.
And so that is a little bit, otherwise the bond and personal oversight committees are the ones kind of overseeing that.
I guess I'd be sort of careful about these extra committees, something like finance or facilities. So the idea is, in my opinion, that it's something all of us should know about and we should know in detail. And if we delegate sort of to a subset, they have that group, just like with the policy committee, has an in-depth, more greater in-depth understanding of those issues that don't necessarily get communicated to the board. So I think that's,
Yeah.
I think that's risky.
Yeah, there's trade-offs on, right, like division of labor, taking the board meeting time
Yeah.
that we focus on things. But
And there
also
is staff preparation
staff
for each
preparation
of
work,
those.
but like, the flip side is all these are, no matter what, we cannot delegate our decision-making authority to these bodies. It's always advisory, so you're just entrusting folks to actually dive into the issue together, and it's a Brown Act. These would all be Brown Act committees, so it's all public, and there's no hiding there, but we are increasing our capacity as a board, and so that's true at the expense of.
Yeah, and to be honest with you, I mean, with the policy committee, I'm confident that you guys are going to handle it, so I don't spend a whole lot of detailed time thinking about it. I would hate to do that, if there was having a finance committee and think, not, my first reaction would be, oh, they handle it, right? I don't need to deal with this, right? That's wrong.
So I think we're going to scope these things if we decide to do them as to what they are charged with and what they're not explicitly not charged with.
Well,
that the board needs to
And
be.
Napa Unified, I believe it's a bigger district than us, and it's a K-12. And I think they have a 7-person board. So,
Well, it was just useful because they had the descriptions of the.
yeah. So I think scale matters, and I want to be responsive to staff on this one too.
All right. But I think we got the easy one done. This school site, we'll plan that out, how we actually allocate that and come back at some in the
Charles,
organization.
you're supposed to start with the hard ones first, and then the less hard ones are an easy win.
I'm not attempting to steamroll. I'm trying to build consensus. I want everyone to build my confidence as I succeed. So, with that, no public here for comment on that item. That leaves us with future board meeting dates, I believe. Next regular meeting, February 12th, then March 5th and March 19th. With no further business. Hearing none, we are adjourned at 1:22 p.m.